Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Swiss Classic Day 2, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. My name is Action Dan, bringing you all the action for the duration of this event. I will be your broadcaster. 79 players remaining now from a starting field of 1,118. Small blind is 8k, big blind 16k with a 16k big blind running ante. Hope you are all very well this evening. Hope you've been checking out our new videos on YouTube. Some really great content over there. Like and subscribe. And you can find us on all the usual social media platforms, including Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. You will get us on Twitch. Good evening to the Action Army. Hope you're all very well. Which is set to be another enthralling event, and we will crown yet another champion live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. And we pick up the action here. Very straighty, flushy texture on the 8, 9, 10 jack. Domingos with pocket 7s, Patrick with pocket 6s. A bet of 35k coming from Domingos. We'll take that one down. The 6 is unable to continue on a very wet board. Nice pickup for the 7s with the straight. The arse end of it, as we say in Ireland. Good evening, DJ Triple, and whoever else is tuning in from around the world. Oh, the other one I forgot to mention is, of course, TikTok. You can catch us there also with new videos all the time. King's Resort going above and beyond to create the best content for the fans. Couldn't do it without the fans, of course. The fans and the players. The Swiss Classic always giving us a treat. And this one getting massive numbers, as you would expect, as is tradition at the King's Resort now. Week in, week out, smashing the hole off the guarantees. DJ Triple says, don't forget to mention the great commentary. We do our best out there. Broadcasting week in, week out. It's been such an exciting year commentating so far. What about our double champ? And it's not even April. It's only the start of March, really. Esabu Yalba winning 2 titles already this year. Fantastic stuff it has been to commentate on. Plays the player, says the Irish accent is lovely. Thank you very much. We do have a certain amount of charm about us. We have another new announcement. You can now ship to anywhere in the world. If you want to buy any of the King's merchandise, head over to the store and have a look. Some amazing stuff to choose from. You'll find out all the information about that and indeed the resort itself at the website www.kingsresort.com. Back to the action on Jack A3. 36k is the bet from Roman from the cutoff with the 6-7 of hearts. Beatrix in the big blind could have elected to 3-bet pre-flop but just called. I think both are fine. Flopping is set on this occasion. Raised to 110k coming from the set. We know Beatrix, who if you tune into this channel is a King's Resort reg. DJ Triple has a suggestion. How about when showing the bet size to also show the amount of big blinds that bet is? Sometimes certain streams do have the big blinds beside. You can see, I just think that would be a lot of additional work. There's so much work that goes into the production value of these streams. And that's what I'm here for. I will tell you how much, to the best of my ability. We don't always get it right, of course, but some people like to be told how much chips are being bet. Others want to know how many big blinds. And we try to accommodate all players and all levels of skill, whether they are new to the game. And that's what we want to do. Build the game, promote the game. And look how much this channel has grown in less than a year since I started commentating. Only about 9 months. Enough time to make a baby, fellers. But that is a good observation. You are watching the €350 Swiss Poker Classic. This is the main event. This is day 2. My name is Action Dan Rankin. Some call me Don Rankin. I'm very happy to be joined with you once again in the booth. Hello everyone tuning in, the Action Army on Twitch or wherever it may be. Hello to Apocalypse. Fold all the way around to the button, and Minot putting out a min raise there. Lines 8 and 16, 32,000 to go. Players Play asks how many people are working for the stream. There's a whole team in order to give you the best quality we can. We've assembled an excellent team. No expense spared. Apocalypse says he's doing well. Playing some live WSOP. I do believe there is a huge series taking place in just till dawn, if I am correct. Live poker is booming. Come one, come all. Two ladies here for Patrick in the hijack, facing an open from Jan. And Apocalypse, it's your turn to get hammering in the rugby now next weekend. On Paddy's Day of all days. DJ Triple saying he loves playing some bounty shootouts lately. Apocalypse says Dan mate, he supports Irish rugby, he's half Irish. Okay, I'll allow it. You've been excused. You sound like an American though, telling me you're half Irish. Played great today against Scotland. Not really in the first half. They done what they could. It's going to be mental in Dublin next weekend. Paddy's Day and Ireland playing at home. Looks like we've got some action here. Action time with Action Dan. Roman with the 9s, min raising. Andreas just calling. Smooth calling in the small. I would prefer a jam off this stack depth. 23 big blinds to start the hand. The thing is, the raise, the original raise came from first to act, aka under the gun. And now Monaco with the squeeze, putting the squeeze on, and I like this from Monaco with the ace queen off suit. A lot of dead money out there up for grabs if you can get through the under the gun open, and the under gun opening off just shy of 85 big blinds to start the hand, so it doesn't necessarily need to be a super strong range. And Andreas's call from the small will look like dead money for Monaco to pick up. That gets the 9s to fold. Understandable from the 9s. Now Andreas needs to realise his 2 10s are going to be very strong in this situation. Excuse me. And that he should have just put it in pre-flop, but this is just an over-adjustment. Giving Monaco all the credit in the world here and getting rid of his 2 10s. I don't blame him to a certain degree because, as I just said, the raise coming from under the gun, it's going to signify strength, and then a squeeze is going to signify strength, knowing that the original raiser was under the gun. But I think that's just overcomplicating the situation. You've got 2 10s, you're sub 25 big blinds, and you are sandwiched between 2 of the bigger stacks at this table. Is a great opportunity for you to stick it in. Stick it in and think of Ireland. As Apocalypse says, it took a while to get going, but never in doubt, really, yes. And I'd be tempted to go over. Yeah, good luck getting in or out of the city. Never mind getting an accommodation anywhere. DJ Triple wondering about the Kings' schedule. Do they have other games besides Hold'em? There's always huge cash games in the PLO realm. I am a no-limit Hold'em specialist, so I don't really know too much about other games. There is a big PLO event coming up in Kings in a couple of weeks. I just seen that earlier. The PLO Big Rap. I thoroughly enjoyed commentating on that event last year. So I'd be a little bit out of my depth with some of the concepts. I'm used to 2 cards, not 4. And anytime I've attempted to play PLO Cash, I just get very confused. I know we need to play it, try hit the nuts more often, but it just feels like the game gets out of hand too frequently, too quickly. Nice spread at this table of big blinds. 2 or 3 big stacks, 2 or 3 middling stacks of 1 or 2. I wouldn't call them small stacks yet. The smaller stacks at this table. It's all to play for. 73 players remaining. As Radzilla says, just say pot when it's your turn, easy game. I actually was talking to my friend there last week and I said, we just get to the point of doing that and hold them, just putting maximum pressure on our opponents. Not saying we have to pot every flop, but maybe turn and river, we're getting to that stage. If you were to do, it would have to be a cash game. If you were to do that and hold them, you would be fast running out of chips if it's a tournament situation. Unless you are pretty deep. Apocalypse saying he'd hate to be a dealer for a PLO game. Wouldn't know what pot was. Pots can get huge. Mahusive. Lazy player says in Germany we say Dan Pot Mas Durch. Not sure what that means, but something about big massive pot. As Minot raising from under the gun, playing a massive stack, will be very comfortable playing at kings, is a reg. And Jan with 2 10s here. Jan with the 3 bet from the small. 108k to go. Jan Siska, who I've seen on this feature table felt before also, will take that one down with the 3 bet. Plays the player saying it means you pot no matter what happens. Pot, pot, pot equals bankrot. German word for broke. I never heard that one. I was living in Germany for a while. Could have done with that word, bankrupt. So, 2 top stacks playing the guts of 80 big blinds. Short stack, Zarka playing 12. The only player at the table really close to 10 big blinds, and then a nice spread in the middle. Yeah, and if you didn't hear me mention that already, you can find our newest poker video on Kings YouTube every week. Just go to the Kings Resort on YouTube. So much content there. So much new content also. Just a video last week about Daniel Negreanu. You find similar content on TikTok. From there, you know all the other socials yourselves. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Dominguez, 73k more for him to call with his ace-jack. 3 bet from Roman in the cutoff with a superior ace-queen. Apocalypse asking, quickly speaking rugby again, did I see the massacre by France yesterday? I'm not the biggest rugby fan, but over the last few years, especially since the lockdown was over, although I didn't jump on the bandwagon, I've always enjoyed it, but especially the last season or two, I love the way Ireland are playing. I've really enjoyed watching the matches, but in terms of tuning in to watch England and France, I just wasn't really bothered. I will watch other teams playing if I'm out and about, but in general, I just would tune in if Ireland are playing, or if it's the World Cup, of course. Going to be very difficult for England to beat Ireland after getting decimated 53-10. I knew the score alright, I just didn't see the match. They got butchered indeed. And this was all in and called pre 356k in the middle, up for grabs. 10-7-5 deuce is the run out. Sarka needing another deuce here on the river. No luck. So we lose a player and 71 players remaining now. Now 10-5-4 all clubs here. Dominguez with the 6 of clubs and an inside straight draw with his 8 of diamonds. Goes check. The turn is the 10 of spades. Fabien with ace queen off suit. KMLW, hello. Welcome. River the 6 of spades. Dominguez now with a pair. I might go for some value the way this hand is played out. Between 30 and 40,000 seems fine. $33,000, right on the money, son. That will get paid. Nice value bet, nice sizing. As the player says, doesn't like that call. I think because of the way it played out, it was checked down to the river. We've kind of convinced ourselves calling one small bet because we've pot controlled on the flop and turn. As Apocalypse says, the World Cup starts on September the 8th. Ireland have South Africa, Scotland, Tonga and Romania. I don't know much about Romania. I've heard of Tonga, and obviously Scotland are right up there, the world's best. Very difficult group indeed. DJ Triple says the call was okay, but she could have avoided the loss by a good c-bet. Well, not really, because our opponent wasn't going anywhere on that occasion. With a c-bet, we would have continued with an inside straight draw and a club in our hand. In fact, it might have even be considered a candidate for a raise. Domingos raising from the small, and this is way too tight of a fold from the big blind with ace-8 here. Ideal opportunity to get some chips back and rejam with that stack size. Can't miss too many of those at Kings. You'll be 1 foot out the door. Structures are great, and they do afford the players to be tight for the most part. But when you're in the last 100 players of a tournament like this, you need to take advantage of every opportunity that comes your way. And with two big stacks at this table, you're not going to get that many opportunities to rejam. So when it goes blind v blind, we pick up a hand as strong as ace-8 in the big. We're facing a raise. It's a golden opportunity for us to rejam. I will announce again, because we've more people tuning in now. We now do worldwide shipping, even to Switzerland. That's right, worldwide shipping, even to Switzerland at the King's shop. You can find out all about the merchandise and indeed the resort itself at the website www.kingsresort.com. Kings are Kings. Appearing for the first time tonight, Monaco raising to 34k from under the gun. Three aces on board now. Andreas checking for a second time. Monaco deciding whether to check a second time or bet. Just under 100k in the middle. I think we bet here to get value from a queen or a lower pair. King high might look us up, although it's very unlikely our opponent would have one when we contain two kings in our own holding. .69 players remaining now. All players guaranteed €814. Okay, are you on about my audio or someone else's audio? Everything seems normal on my end. Always a jingle in the background at Kings. DJ says he would run into quads and so be it. Yeah, that's my sentiments exactly. We've got to start building a pot with a hand as strong as kings, even if there is aces on board, especially when there's three aces out there. Very hard for us to rep an ace as well when our opponent could have one, considering we are out of position. Kings again, this time for Patrick, raising to 35,000. Seven, 7-6 is the flop. Dominguez with pocket fives. Patrick with the overpair to the board, betting 55k. Patrick coming in for a second barrel. This time it's 155k to go. Queen of Hearts on the turn. Things going from bad to worse here for Dominguez. And it represents a considerable portion of his stack this time. He only has 500k total. Has that echo got any better or worse, lads? Let me know. If it's the background music, I will try to get it fixed for you. Nice pickup for the Kings. Pretty much getting max value from the 2-5s. Nothing the 2-5s can do on the turn there other than fold. Two ace kings out there. Two of the shorter stacks at the table. And we know the original opener with the 2-8s. And look at this, Roman with ace king also. 3 ace kings out there. If Minot could see how unbelievable shape she'd be in, or he'd be in here. Wow, oh my god, this is action time with Action Dan. Hand of the day here, folks. 3 ace kings out there, pocket queens. What is going on? You've got to consider for Jan here. Jan gets away from 2 kings. 2 queens, sorry. There's 3 kings out there. This is incredible stuff. The queen's folding. If he could see. If he could see what good shape he'd be in. But what can you do, guys? There's a lot of action behind him, and I don't blame him for throwing in the 2 ladies here. Jack, 4, 3. Now he's rooting for another heart. River is the 8. Scenes, absolute scenes. Chop it up, fellers. Beatrix raising 32k with the ace queen off suit. 2 sevens for Leith. Ace king 5 is the flop. Minot. Ace queen betting 36k. Roman on the button with top pair and a lot of chips. These two players well stacked going to the turn here. Turn is a deuce. Roman picking up a straight draw, make a straight with a 4. Now does Beatrix want to bet a second time? This pot now, 444k on the river. 8 of spades doesn't change much. This is a spot where Beatrix thinks he can get 3 streets. I like a bet of about 240k here. Goes for a little bit of a smaller sizing, 185. The reason I was thinking 240, that little bit of a larger sizing, we rep missed diamonds, missed straight draws. Would we bet 185 into 444? With the same holdings, maybe we would go a little larger. Is this a dead giveaway towards strength? No. But if I was trying to break down my opponent's range, smaller sizing here would indicate a value type bet more so than a bluff. And if we're Roman, it's 185 into 629. I'll let you do the maths. He's getting good odds to call here with his pair of aces. He just has massive kicker problems. Blocks straights, of course, but it's not really that important here. And the original raise was from under the gun. And I really like how long Roman thought about that one before making the laydown. A lot of players there just flick it in without analysing the situation correctly. As DJ Triple says, even if the odds are good, the draw didn't come, so fold. Yeah. As the blinds are now up. 10k, 20k, 20k. 10k small blind, 20k big blind with a 20k running big blind ante. That's 10, 20, 20. The Ronnie Rockets for Beatrix. Running hot is our Beatrix, playing almost 1.5 million to start the hand. We'll just call it 1.5 million to start the hand. We round up, not down on this channel, folks. Beatrix in the small, facing a 42k open from Monaco. Beatrix takes down. Pot down with a 3-bet. We've got Eddie the Eagle in the house. Hello, baby. Come ass to my house. I want more chip lead. Good evening, Eddie. Maybe lay off the sauce there, bud. But hey, it's Sunday. It's close to Paddy's Day. Go nuts. Go buck wild. Okay, says he thinks he calls that ace-3 suited. I just think, again, kicker problems. I think we get stubborn with these sort of holdings too often. That's one we could more often than not put in the bin from those positions. They can call. But hey, if you're feeling frisky, King 10-8 here, 2 clubs. Dominguez with the Jack 6 of hearts. In the small. And Fabienne. Pair of 10s here. And 8 big blinds. And she finally gets to take down a pot. Got to protect your top pair there with a 3 kicker. The Ronnie Rockets under the gun for Monaco. Kay says you won't go balls to wall with the ace-3 suited. You can hit your wheel and you are in position against chip leader. Yeah. I do agree to a point. I haven't seen enough of the 2 players. There would have to be a significant dynamic, and the reason I say that, if we're going to play the ace-3 and we've opened a 3-bet, it's a great candidate to 4-bet instead of flatting. Oh, all things considered, I think I would prefer to 4-bet if we were going to continue with our hand. Kay says don't like the 4-bet. At that point, you're just bluffing using the ace blocker. 3-bet range is quite strong from the small blind, but that's why our 4-bet's going to look really strong. Sometimes we just overthink these positions. Always a surprise around the corner of kings, right? Patrick raising the 40k with the ace-10 offsuit from early position. I would have to see the hand again, Kay, to see exactly how deep he was. How deep would he, if he was to call in position with the ace-3 suited? I know that that's my job, but many hands have passed. Harry Kane. Now, Apocalypse, you've got someone making a play on words about one of the members of the English team. Harry Kane. So like Michael Kane. I don't think it's the real Harry Kane. Mainly because the name is spelled incorrectly. And also, there's not a football in sight. So 57 players remaining now in the Swiss Classic Day 2. We'll play until there are 24 players remaining tonight. As is tradition, all players guaranteed €814 currently. Monaco min raising on the button with the ace-jack offsuit. Fours for Beatrix, and I expect we will see Beatrix opening up with the stack size. And well, I've just eaten my own words, haven't I? I thought he would be playing very aggressive now, everything going in his favor, momentum very much shifting in his direction, but he lets the fours from under the gun go, and that's a disciplined laydown. Just because we loads of chips does not mean we need to play our baby pairs into a full table. In theory, we want to be folding deuces through to fives under the gun, but I was surprised to see him fold it nonetheless, considering everything going his way. It's almost like that guy was cheersing me with his pint through the television. Cheers to you, mate. Enjoy that one. I never really liked the Vice beers anyway. Too cloudy for my liking. Strong tasting. Jan 3 betting to 125 here with the ace queen off suit. Dominguez. This is the problem with the baby pairs I just mentioned. Doesn't know what to do here. It's probably not an open off his stack size to begin with. He's just going to be forced to let this one go, one would think. DJ Triple says 12 big blinds left, all in. There won't probably come much better hands, so passive. Just with pocket trees, it's just not good to open off that stack size, and then you avoid that situation. As Kay asked me, how's the diet going, Dan? It went brilliant until the 1st of March. I could list all the things I've eaten over the last 5 days. You would be shocked, probably. But I trained this morning. I have a massive bowl of fruit, and the diet is back in full swing as of tonight. If I was trying to commentate after what I'd eaten this week, I'd be falling asleep at the wheel, and I don't even know how to drive. Jan raising to 45k. Beatrix 3 betting, and I like this from Beatrix, and I like this sizing. 145k to go. 100k back at you if you want to continue. It does fold. Okay, I'll tell you what it ate. So I got back from Dublin, done whatever work I had to do, college related, and got through the commentating. That led me into about Thursday or Wednesday. I ordered a takeaway, a Chinese. Thursday, I ordered a Chinese. But on Thursday, it was a massive rice dish, where Wednesday it was curry. Friday, I had 2 massive bowls of Irish stew with lots of sausages. That led us in to Friday night when I had a pizza. Saturday, I had another pizza and 2 steaks with loads of veg and a massive bread roll. So no wonder I wasn't feeling great earlier today. And Dominguez with the Kings here, meanwhile back at the ranch, raising to 45k. Monaco 3 betting to 150k. This is a dangerous thing to do here because you are committing yourself to Dominguez. Dominguez hasn't shown any reason to be overactive here from under the gun. Off 20 big blinds to start the hand. So Monaco committing 150k, and it's going to be less than 400k total. So it'll be very hard for him to 3-bet fold. He's essentially committed himself. So when Dominguez comes back over the top, which I presume he will do, Monaco going to be getting too good of a price, and he does have 800k behind. It's going to be about 200k ish for him, bit more. Represents a decent chunk of his stack. $3.95, so $2.45 more to call. Monaco realizing he's committed, flicking it in without even batting an eyelid. Will get the bad news. 840k in the middle here, up for grabs, which is 42 big blinds. Big moment here for Dominguez. Needs to hold with the kings at kings. Monaco needing to spike an 8. Five, three, deuce is the flop. Turn is a 9 of clubs. Monaco gonna need an 8 and an 8 only, or he will double up. Dominguez will still have 566k behind, but he could have avoided this situation. But in all likelihood, he would have called, seen this flop, and committed himself anyway. Especially then with the 9 of clubs rolling off on the turn. If it didn't go in on the flop, there'd be 2 flush draws and straight draws out there. I think Monaco was going to lose these chips. It was written in the stars, unless he folded pre-flop. There's 55 players remaining now. That means there's a pay jump looming from €814 to €948 when we reach 53 players remaining. Harry Kane 3xing it into small with 9-7 off suit. Dominguez with the king 3 of clubs. Coming along for the additional 40k more. Harry Kane flopping an inside straight draw. Would have liked to see him continue here on the ace-8, 5-2 diamond. Flop. Dominguez checking behind. The third is the 5 of hearts. Harry Kane with the delayed c-bet. Gets the job done. Dominguez could have took that away from him. Would have bet on the flop. But perhaps the small blind had plans of check raising. I guess we will never know. A lot of big pairs out tonight so far. The Kings back in action, this time in the small blind for Dominguez. And the decision. Dominguez 3 betting to 135. Dietrich's out the way. Okay, Dan, my mates want to go to the Irish Poker Tour Monster event the end of April in Dublin. Do you have any idea about the fields they will attract? Will they smash the guarantee? They have smashed almost every single guarantee since the tour started. That is how I ended up in this commentary booth. Let me know closer to the time. I'll be able to put you in touch with the main man himself, Quentin Gavin, and you can take it from there. Ace 10-7 is the flop. Andreas with the 8-9 for the open ender. Dominguez with king high. Bet a 35,000 on a call. Andreas with the all-in. Gets the job done. He will scoop that one. Howdy, bird. Good evening, Harry Kane. With the King 8 of Hearts. 27 big blinds. Goes for the full 3x, and now the action on Andreas with the ace-jack offsuit on the button. All in the fella, it looks like. No, he's counting his chips. I think both calling and jamming are fine. I actually don't mind folding the odd time for the full 3x. But because we are in position on the button, calling seems to be the best conservative option. Roman with ace queen behind. Now, had Andreas moved all in, Roman very well might have just folded ace queen himself, facing a 3x open and a jam. But now this gives Roman the opportunity to squeeze. I don't even think we bother squeezing, we just move all in. Or at the very least commit ourselves. Three bets to 181k, essentially committing himself to both players. Maybe not Harry Kane. Harry Kane with about 300 behind. Now Andreas in a world of hurt here on the button, 16 big blinds behind, essentially for all of his chips. Does muck the ace jack. Where it says, sad that we do not broadcast the 1 million guarantee event next week. Do we not? Is that the Poker Stars? Eureka? Are you guys out there trying to tell me I have a weekend off? The same weekend as Paddy's weekend? Jan calling in the big blind with ace-10 off suit. Fabienne in trouble here with the ace-8. 9-5-4 is the flop. 1 spade. Turn is the queen of spades. Fabienne now with a flush draw. Jan still ahead as we hit the river. River is the king of hearts. Fabienne has been eliminated. 52 players remaining now. We've got a legend in the chat. Twitch Pro, the Paddy Power ambassador himself, Connor. Welcome, come on in, the water's lovely. What's happening here, he asks. Well, usual Sunday night shenanigans, this time the Swiss Classic. What's happening with you, friend? You finishing early on a Sunday? Or what's your buzz? $52 players remaining, all chasing that first prize of 54,000. And the top 4 finishing this one will all receive a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Connor, if you haven't checked out Connor's channel, make sure you do. Not now, of course, don't just tune out and tune into him. He still has a couple always there with a sweat. Something always cooking with Connor. Very good Irish reg. Living in London. Very dedicated to the Twitch stream. Make sure to give him a like and a follow. He's not streaming now, but in general, Monaco raising to 60k as the blinds just have gone up. Small blind 15k, big blind 30k with a 30k running big blind ante. That's 15, 30, 30. Connor is a great player to learn from. Very regimental with his schedule lately, it seems. Getting all those early grinds in. And we've got action time with Action Dan. Patrick with pocket jacks, the Jeffries. Roman with the Ronnie Rockets. Three bet to 158. And there's that. He's only gone and folded the Jeffries, it looks like. That's a massive fold, and even more impressive if he didn't have a live read. He's got a live read there. It seems like he's folded the jacks pretty quickly. Very nice indeed. And a savage pickup for Roman, but not the pickup he was looking for. Somehow the jack's getting away. Super disciplined laydown, and not something you see too often here. 50 odd players remaining, maybe at the FT. Connor, you see, Big Papa Cookie Jar Car was heads up for the title in Cork. I'm not sure if he won or came second. If he came second, we'll never hear the end of it. As Kay says, if the King 8 Off, doesn't get out of line from the cutoff. The jacks would have been all in. Yes, yes indeed. We did see queens in the muck after 3-betting a call. That was a bit of a different thing though. There was 3 all-ins, all with ace-king. DJ Triple says the 8s would have made quads. They would have made quads on the river, yeah? Harry Kane re-jamming from the big blind with the ace-10 off suit. That's a nice pickup for Harry. Connor has made it back, says Jamie Scannell won it. Carry second. Did have a 3-1 chip lead going into the heads-up battle. That was the last I heard of it. Thank you for the update. As Minot Beatrix in the cutoff. Min raising with the Jack-8 of diamonds. The Jeffries for Andreas in the small blind, 10 big blinds. Jams it all in, and Monaco going to have to call here with the ace-9 offsuit. Jack's almost a 2-1 favourite. Jeffrey in the window, Jack 7-3, trips for Andreas. Turn is the 10 of spades. Monaco can now hit a straight with an 8. River is the 5 of hearts. Monaco will be left with fumes. 2 big blinds. Big moment there for Andreas with the double up as 51 players still remain. Never easy even with top set. So we get an update of the chip counts. Beatrix still our chip leader with 55 big blinds. Roman with 46, Jan with 27, Andreas 23, Patrick 22, Domingos with 21, Harry Kane 18. The shortest stack at the table is Monaco with 3 big blinds. Harry Kane. Does sound a lot like Harry Kane. Bit like Michael Kane. Dominguez from the cutoff here, raising to 65k with the King Queen of Hearts. raising to 65k. Roman in the big blind with 6-4 diamonds. And the defend. $10-5 deuce is the flop. 2 spades inside straight draw for Roman. A lot of backdoor things working for Dominguez also with the betting lead. Turn is the ace of spades. Man checking again. Dominguez with the option. Would like to see a bet now for Dominguez. 175 out there. Doesn't need to bet too big. Anywhere between 55 to 75 sounds good to me. Goes with the 60k bet and takes it down. Well, it's nice to get some hate from time to time. Otherwise, I must be doing no job at all. Let them hate indeed. Thank you for your help, Apocalypse. That's what the Action Army is here for. We will get Connor back in the boot at some time, at some stage over the summer for one of the weekends. So you can come and hate on Connor then. Lot to be learned from Connor and Pred Poker and M Ben 10, the 3 Paddy Power ambassadors. Dominguez with the 2 ladies and the hijack raising to 65k. Monaco on the button. 2 big blinds and 10-9 of hearts. A hope and a dream. I think this is his time. Gotta go all in to stay alive. Just 35k more for Jan to call, but he does just have 8 high and it's not even suited. Decides to flick it in. Ace 7-3 all clubs is the flop. Dominguez with the Queen of Clubs. Jan with a pair of threes, but not the greatest of boards to have one on. Mingus now with the flush. Mingus trying to get some value. Jan won't be continuing with 8-3. Monaco is dust. And 49 players will remain. All players now guaranteed €948. As Connor says, yeah, they could learn how to re-enter. There's a lot of re-entering online. Indeed. And of course live. So difficult to bust the tournament, and then you're walking past the reg desk. You get that itch. Suddenly you're sitting back in the tournament and have doubled up. Thinking of King's Resort and the Mirage. Mingus with the ace queen off suit. Are you firing heavily at this series on GG Poker, Connor? So we've got action, four-way action to the flop. Jack 10-5 is the flop. Andreas with a pair of 10s. Roman with a pair of 10s. Dominguez straight draw with his ace queen. Patrick coming up short with his 6-4 diamonds. I think what Connor means is it's hard to get money on there, and it's way more difficult to keep the money on there. All I ever hear about is people getting rinsed to pieces on GG Poker. Andreas with a bet of 95k. Dominguez going to see a turn card most likely here for this price. Looks like he might have other ideas. Just calls. Turn is the ace of spades. Dominguez now with top pair. Andreas, his hand getting shrunk significantly with that turn card. And Andreas with the chance to just see the river card decides to bet again, this time 140k. Don't know if this hand is designed to be turned into a bluff here. Oftentimes we're just going to check, see the river and reevaluate from there. But Andreas deciding to bet once more. Dominguez getting great odds to see the river. Hand disguised. Presume we will just see him call. Surely the only play, and he does call. And the river is the 5 of clubs. Now Andreas has the straight blocker, and that might have been a reason for him to bet on the turn. He might try to get his opponent to fold a jack. Hard to get his opponent to fold an ace. And Andreas does move all in, turning his hand into a clear bluff at this stage. And I think Dominguez, having a hand as strong as ace-queen, blocking the straight, has to call here, but this is a dicey situation. Just shy of 1.2 million in the middle, and it's 400k for us to call. We are getting 3-1 on our money. Means we only have to be profitable here about 25% of the time. But all that goes out the window if we're beat. If our opponent is not bluffing, we can clearly see that he is. What do you think he's going to do? Guys, let me know in the Twitch chat. He lets it go. Quality move there by Andreas. I didn't expect to see him triple barrel there. Very nice play. Extremely well executed bluff. I was wondering why he was betting the turn. We found out why on the river. Jamming pretty quickly and not fearing getting called by his opponent. Put this ball's out there on the line and getting the job done. Best of luck in your runs there, Connor. Hope something materializes for you, pal. There's 45 players remaining now. Presume you were watching the rugby earlier, Connor. Savage stuff. Harry Kane moving all in with the ace-king offsuit. Jan in the cutoff with ace-8 offsuit, raising to 85k. Yes, lads, the European Poker Tour is not going to be in the US anytime soon. I wouldn't think so anyway. It's a bit out of a European jurisdiction. There's Kamikaze Boogie, just in time to say hello. Good evening. You missed a hater there a few moments ago. You're one of the biggest lovers on this channel. You would have had a good back and forth there. But he's gone now, and we miss him. Not really. Andreas raising to 60k and flopping a set with the 2-8s, and that is inferior to Dominguez's 10-9 of clubs, flopping the 10-9 offsuit, flopping the joint. We've got action. Don't see how all the chips don't go in the middle here at some point. Bit of 80k here, and Dominguez with the decision. 17 big blinds. Now, does Dominguez want to slow play this or just try to get all the money in now? Both options are fine. You go for a small raise here. Make it something around 200k, 220k. Raise to 190 and a quick jam, quick call. Action time with Action Dan here. 1.2 million in the middle up for grabs. Flopped straight against flopped set. Flopped straight 72%. Flopped set 28%. Turn seals the deal for Andreas. What a difference a turn card can make. Heartbreaking there for Dominguez. Gets it in so good there. 3-1 favourite. But the turn card boating up. And now that man is going to have to boat out. What a cruel game we love and hate. As Kamikaze Boogie says, thank you Dan for the great commentary as always, making my poker game a little bit better every stream. Every day is a learning day, buddy. Thank you for your comment. Today's lesson is all about learning how to re-enter. That's what Connor is telling me. Just hit that reg button. And while you're at it, hit the like and subscribe button on all the platforms for the King's channel. Do yourself a favour. We've got some great new content on the YouTube channel. Get over there and like and subscribe. New video every week. Constant updates on TikTok and all the regular social media shenanigans that you would expect. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Kamikaze Boogie says, one bullet is sufficient if it's well played. I thought you said well placed. Oh. If you've only got one bullet and one in the chamber, you better make good use of it. Not all players out there have the luxury of having up to 6 bullets in the chamber. Some like to play Russian roulette. That's risky business, dangerous game. as we have a new player at the table. That, folks, is Biagio Di Frino from Italy. And the other new player at the table, Ibrahim Vaseli. .420 says hello, greetings. DJ Triple says, one bullet in the chamber, shoot at the winner and take his winnings. That is actually a very good answer. But you better not miss. If you're coming at the king, you best not miss. Roman with the ace-5 of clubs, flopping 2 pair, Beatrix with a straight draw with his king-queen offsuit. And Biagio Di Frino is now your table chip leader with 30% of all the chips at this table, playing over 100 big blinds currently. No one short anymore. Ari Kane and Patrick Stirelli with 18 big blinds apiece. 2 players with 25 big blinds apiece. And then 45 big blind and a 51 big blind stack to round out the table. DJ says slowly we're closing in on that 24-player mark. It can creep up on you on a Sunday night. We still have a few casualties to go through yet. 42 players still remain. We will have our first break of the evening in a hand or two. This will be our last hand before the break, ladies and gentlemen. But if you're enjoying the action so far, please do not go anywhere. This one ain't over yet. $15-minute break coming up after this hand, indeed, DJ. Oh man, with pocket 10s in the small blind here. Expect him to bump this one up. He does to 215k. Would have liked to see him use a bigger sizing. He might have done his job and got the pot through, but in general wants to be making it at least 100k more there. He made it 215. You want to be making it about 3 to 350. Okay, folks, I will see you in a few moments for lots more action from the Swiss Classic Day 2, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov.
Ice Cold Spear says it's hard to kill D, but not gonna lie, yes, my boy getting it done. And Paul Flat getting right back on the horse. Two very playable hands back to back. Kardashians in the hole for him.
20 big blinds in the chip lead.
800.
Comes with the min this time. It gets out the way.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's a cruel game sometimes.
It really is. This entire final table has just been so cruel. Ben Heath came in 1 of 9, out in 7th, I believe. Out in 6th, rather.
All in.
Julian Martini announces himself, and
Paul
Bois just gets the click call with the Cowboys. Going to win this 4 out of 5 times, and he's going to have a huge chip lead.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
King in spades too.
Queen, Jack, 10. Middle set for the Frenchman, but he's not out of dodge yet. Ace or a 9 would give Paul a straight.
Yeah, I did.
King would give him a bigger set, and obviously running spades also working for him.
Wow.
Ace king
On
9,
the
right?
turn.
Well, could be down to 2 million. 6-8 game. Really unfortunate for him, unless he can find a miracle river.
Ace 9 or King needed. 9 ball corner pocket, and the Triton boss man
Finally win one.
extends his arm as a token of GG's to Julian Martini. 5th place. Get some GG's in the chat for a true legend of the game. 107k. And now the Triton head honcho, chip leader with 4 left, looking for bracelet number 1.
Absolutely, really unfortunate run out. It's the hope that kills you, as we say. But a valiant effort from Martini, out in 4th place.
Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely. I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Helmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought, guys.
1,000% in the A game.
Daniel comes a call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh shit, boy.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x spree. Won't continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
I'm really celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, I'm just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand, Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King, Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts. Into Bluff does make the call, chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do, blind be blind for that run out.
You like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was not going to give up.
I tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deeb, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deeb loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourquoi up to 2nd in chips, 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play.
Because there's so many times, man, when I'll come to a series like this and I'll be in the booth, and I'll just be like, I wish I was out there playing. I wish I was out there playing.
Right, man, here, anytime I miss them and I watch them on TV, I'm like, fuck, I want to get on a plane now, and it's like, such FOMO from watching them.
I can imagine someone like yourself as well that like plays those high white and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm talking more about like the 2Ks and the 5Ks, like damn, you know.
No, for me, because also, like, I play at Poker Go Studio, right? And, you know, there's limited to the Asians can't come, Canadians don't come. Then you go to these tritons, and it's like, the field Leon texts me, showed me a schedule, and all of a sudden, this might be fun. I had the itch, obviously, after winning the Super High Roller Bowl. I feel like the meta is in a good place for me right now, and I'm in good control of it, in terms of, you know, just controlling the pace of play, if you will. So, I want to strike while the iron is hot, so we'll figure out what the hell I'm doing.
That's good, man. No, I'm glad to hear it, because I know it was pretty brutal. I remember watching you get to a point where, especially like the Poker Go Tour,
Selfie stick.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh yeah, I
didn't
scratched
see
the
that.
selfie stick. That was a 250 game. And I was like,
That's WSOP.
yeah, I was on my second bullet, you know, whatever, 210s against David Peters. Runner, spades, he hit, you know, and I just was like at my peak, and I had the selfie stick, and it sort of half broke, and I just threw it on the ground, and then Justin Bono said I beat women. As a result, I broke the selfie stick, he's like, well, this is clearly a sign that women are free to play. I'm like, have you ever watched sports in your life? Have you never seen a football player throw his helmet? A golfer throws, you know, stick? It's called passion, buddy.
And you stumble across cobras and all sorts of creepy crawlies when you're out in the dark. It's too hot to wear trainers. That little layer of protection. I'm talking out my ass. We already know that the socks don't help. If the cobra wants a little snag of a toe. I'm getting delirious. Okay, we're 14 hours in. I feel like Joey Ingram on one of his deep dive investigations, minus the edibles. Shout out, Pappy. I'm saying Henry currently 3-bet jamming every live situation at the moment and winning it. Dodging bullets, baby. We're going to run into it eventually. BNK said, what's the start time tomorrow? Way too early for me. I'm going to be kicking off at 1 p.m. Central European time. So, 9 hours from now. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We got a bit of a cooler here. Oh boy. Danny gonna have to put an old rose stucco on Riyadh, who sucked out with the 10s against Queens for the chip lead pot against Penang Punsri earlier on. Well, 110 dead. Not helping the young Dane. Four big blinds effective. Lift off time, chat. Danny does announce himself and he is in rough shape. Already seen a 10 dead. Heart's working for him, but he's going to need to pull a miracle out of the hat. 14 hours into the day. 5 cards away from elimination. Could have been that 10 spot earlier. Rio just gets the click, call, cards on their backs. 2.9 million chip pot. 43 left in the record-breaking World Series of Poker Europe main event. If the Frenchman can hold, it's going to be up to over 5.4 million. 9-5 deuce. Bergmost. Drawing to 1 out twice for his tournament life. Eight of diamonds changes nothing other than the tees, there being 4 across. 10 of spades and a 10 of spades only. No dice. Gonna lose Danny Berkmos in 43rd. GG's, chat.
Alrighty, we are back for more action and the conclusion of the Swiss Poker Classic Day 2. Let me know if those robot sounds have been fixed. I sent in a message. Okay. Normal play can resume. 42 players remaining, only 24 will go through to the Swiss Classic final day, which is tomorrow, of course. That's a very good point, Apocalypse. I actually didn't think of that. In fairness, I wasn't in the room. It's fixed now because it's live now, not highlights. I'll remember that for the next time. We need to embrace robots in our life anyway, the way AI is going. Technology is taking over. DJ says 100 bigs. Yeah, he's sitting pretty, the chip leader at this table. That's for sure. 100 big blinds. What more could you ask for coming into the final session of the night? But as we always say, always a surprise around the corner at Kings, and anything could happen. Too many times in my career have I had 100 big blinds, lost 10 hands in a row, and I'm out the gap, out the door, home home she goes. It's just the nature of No Limit Hold'em. You wouldn't expect that to happen. It doesn't happen that often, but as you start to gain momentum, you tend to play more hands. There seems to be a direct correlation with how aggressive you are at the table. Got to do with how much chips you have. But if I was Biagio DeFrino right now, I would be playing a lot of hands, not Queen 5 obviously, but I mention this all the time on the stream. I'd be loosening up towards the latter parts of the night and putting additional pressure on the shorter stacks. The middling stacks don't want to get too involved, and it's a great opportunity to pick up chips and bag up even more for the final day, but take caution on that one, because hence the expression, as greedy as a pig. And if you keep being greedy, you can get caught with your hand in the cookie jar. Patrick all in from the button with pocket threes. Larry Kane with Queen Jack of Diamonds. Now I know this seems like it's a lot to call off your tournament here, but you know, Queen Jack suited is going to be playing so well against a button shoving range of sub 15 big blinds. This is one of the best hands we could call off with. We can see Patrick has a pair, and we are still close to a coin flip, 42% here. And that might be because there's a queen or a jack folded along the way. Harry Kane not wanting to flip here, lets it go. Harry Kane. Now he's raising on the button off 11 big blinds. This is dangerous stuff. I'd rather he just jammed with a hand like 8-7 suited. It's going to have a lot of equity if we are called. Brings Biagio in for the ride here in the small. And Andreas now going to be priced in for 45k more into a pot of $250,000. Three-way action to the flop. Harry Kane moving all in on the ace jack deuce 2-spade board will take it down. That's a nice pickup for his stack. He's now playing 16 big blinds, 660k. The Jeffries under the gun, raising to 80k from Roman. Roman will add those chips to his stack. Kamikaze Boogie says he agrees with me. At this stage of tournament, selective strategic pressure should be applied by the big stacks in late positions. The smaller stacks, you hit the nail on the head there, son. It's just the smaller stacks are forced to make moves. By now we've got a good idea of what players are playing like and how often they're getting involved, voluntarily putting money in the pot, their V-pips. And we should adjust accordingly. The bigger our stack, the more frivolous we can be with our opens. Obviously this depends who is on our left, who is on our right. My general rule of thumb, and I can get very carried away with raising, especially in the latter parts of a day where I'm looking around to see who's tired at the table, and I know I'm tired myself, then I know other people must be also. my general rule of thumb is I will just keep putting my foot on the gas until someone plays back at me or there's a situation where I need to reevaluate how wide I'm opening. And sometimes that can be, it can take a while and you're like a kid in the playground. You're just raising willy-nilly because it's working and all the momentum is shifting in your direction and you just keep stacking chips, and that's great. But it is also very important that when you are put in your place or you've lost one or two small pots, to not just open the next hand because that's the way it'd be going for you. You need to make those adjustments, and that's how your 100 big blind stack, you could lose half of it. I remember one specific hand in the UK IPT years ago. It's over a decade now, and it was on the exact bubble, and I raised with 5 deuce off suit, and I lost like 300k of my 550k stack by running a bluff, and it was just the wrong opponent. The opponent asked me had I even looked at my cards, and that should have been alarm bells. I remember losing over half my stack on the exact bubble. And that's like getting a slap in the face. I said, okay, can't do that again. But if you live by the sword, you die by it, right? It just depends. If there are soft spots at the table, then we need to take them. If not, and you're at a tough table, then just play tight until you reach the end of the day and bag up a huge stack. You've got a different flow of momentum tomorrow. You've a different lineup. You will hopefully be well enough rested. You'll have trained. You'll have eaten something. It's not 12 o'clock at midnight when you're trying to run a bluff. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Harry Kane shoving all in from early position with the ace-jack off suit. I actually just think this is a tad too much chips to be just open jamming from early position. But it does work, and he will be playing close to 20 big blinds now, as 39 players remain. All players guaranteed over a grand now. €1,096. And Ibrahim going over the top with the ace-queen suited. Hijack against cutoff here. Andreas shaking his head, but I wouldn't think Andreas would be folding here. Andreas folding. That's a massive fold, and I don't like it. Ace Queen just going to be too strong of a hand to not raise call with. ECW King saying, oh yeah, hello ECW. I think the term is tame some strange. Now there is a pay jump looming of about €200, about 160 something. Two eliminations away from that pay jump. Now, there's a situation, I believe if Biagio's King 8 was suited there, we would have seen an open. With King 8 offsuit going to play very badly from under the gun into a full table. Especially when Ibrahim was waiting there with the runny rockets. How many times have the aces been out tonight? Just calling Andreas is open. This is interesting. Jack 3 deuce is the flop. Betting a call. The turn is the 6 of diamonds, 410k in the middle. Check once more from Andreas. Ibrahim doesn't want to bet too small here. He wants to bet enough that he can jam all in on the river. So something around 175, 200. Goes for 175. I like this sizing. Andreas calls it, sets up an easy river jam for just under pot. Stack to pot ratio will be 1-to-1. On the 10 of hearts, he's deciding on that run out. He's going to bet 300k, leaving himself with 410k behind. Ibrahim has played this hand quite sneakily. But the way the betting line has gone, betting 300 and leaving ourselves with 400 behind, I don't see too many bluffs in his range. Andreas not going to be calling with 5th pair on the board, even if he does have an ace kicker to go with it. His ECW King asked, what's my biggest deep run? Live score, actually, it's funny. My biggest live score, I never played that much live poker. I played mostly online. The biggest live score actually happened in the King's Resort a few years ago while the place was properly being built. It was for 17,000. We'd done a 5-way chop. My biggest online score was for about 70. I won a scoop for 63, which is my favourite thing I've ever won. My back was against the wall that time. Well, my favourite win I ever had in a single night was definitely field size. It was the Sunday Storm, and I was I would have been about 24, 25, and I was very hungover. I won the Sunday Storm with 31,927 people in it. $11 buy-in. I won more than first prize when we done a deal for just over 28k. I remember being happy as Larry that summer. Patrick jamming all in from the cut-off with Queen Jack off suit. Taking down the blinds and antes. That was a nice pickup for the aces. I didn't get to say that. Being sneaky pre, just flatting, showing that there are more than one way to play the aces, and wins a nicer pot by not 3-betting pre. Deception was the name of the game on that occasion. A7 deuce is the flop. Beatrix with top pair. That Beef asks, is there a live chip count of the remaining players? You can find out all the information about that on the website www.kingsresort.com. We only have information on the featured table, and please don't put any spoilers as we are on a 30-minute delay. We are 10 eliminations away from the conclusion of the Swiss Classics Day 2. But you'll find out all the information you need on the official website. We've got action. 4 ways to the flop. King, Queen, 10, deuce of clubs, 5s and ace, 7 of hearts. Ace 3-3 is the flop. Biagio out in front with the top pair. Dietrich sticking around on the flop. Deuce of spades hits the turn. Jack of clubs hits the river. 560 in the middle. If I'm Beatrix, I'm just hoping to get to showdown. Diageo whips it over. Doesn't think any additional value is there to be extracted. Could have went for a small bet. Don't think it's too thin, but if you think your opponent's not going to call anyway, might as well just check behind. Harry Kane with pocket fours and 16 bigs. Decides to go all in for 16.5 big blinds. Risky business, this many bigs with pocket fours. Roman folding in the big. Patrick shoving all in from under the gun with ace jack of hearts. Nice spread at this table between that 25 to 35 big blind range. 3 players under the 20 big blind. And Biagio way out in front here with 81 big blinds, which is 28% of all the chips at this table. As Ardich says, let's go Biagio. It certainly seems that way so far. And a flop set for Paul. We've seen Paul before on the feature table, felt he's a king's rag. He will bet 60k, and Roman in position on the button, getting good odds to see a turn card, but not really hitting any piece of it. Lets it go. Patrick shoving from the small, and we've got action because Beatrix here with King Queen off suit. Won't be saying no to this one. It does represent nearly half his stack, but these spots blind v blind, just too good of a hand. We're flipping against jacks for crying out loud. Flop is queen, 6-4. Beatrix way out in front now. Patrick needing help in the form of an asa. Turn is the 10 of spades. Patrick needing an ace, a Barry on the river, or he will be our 32nd place finisher. River is a deuce of diamonds, no joy. 31 players remaining now. All players guaranteed €1,259. And we've had another elimination, so 30 players remaining now, just 6 eliminations away from the conclusion of the Swiss Classic Day 2. In Burbe 74, subscribing with the Prime for 3 months. Thank you for your continued support. $8-5-3 is the flop. Beatrix with 7 of clubs, 6 of diamonds. He's going to lead into Ari. Ari with the jack of clubs. Pair for Beatrix now. Great turn card, an open ender, and a flush draw. Checks it over to Ari. Ari also can make it better straight with a 7. River is the ace of hearts. Let's check. Beatrix with the raise to 80k with the ace 10 of clubs. $8-5-3 is the flop. Beatrix checks it back. Paul with top pair. Turn the queen to spades. Oh, betting full pot here. Trying to get called by an ace-high type hand. Repping a bluff. A missed wheel draw would have showdown with ace high, you would think. Could be trying to get his opponent to fold a better ace high if he had ace deuce or ace four, but I reckon we would have heard about it by now. Paul playing this one tricky, checking to turn and now betting pot on the river. Big enough decision here for Beatrix. He's getting 2-1 on his money. I'm not sure what I do in Beatrix's shoes here. Paul could just be going for it. I don't think we've got a good candidate for a call, because we block some of the draws we would want Paul to have. But I feel like if he had a straight draw, he would just bet the turn. An interesting one. Be interested to see what you think about that in the chat. Kay says the exact same thing. I was saying having the TED blocks a lot of Paul's bluffs. I think, if I was to break it down, there's better spots for us, and overall it's not a line you're going to see as a bluff too often, so therefore it's just a good fold with the ace high, and I like how long he thought about it. Kamikaze Boogie says hero call usually ends up zero call. Good fold. .28 players remaining now, just 4 eliminations away from the conclusion of day 2. Hello Eldon, let's go Biagio. Eldon. Eldon, let's go Biagio. Okay. He certainly has the chips to let's go. Let's see him, let's go. Beatrix raising to 100k with the jacks. King 10-9 is the flop, 1 diamond. Biagio betting 150k with the 5-3 of diamonds. Beatrix not going to be going anywhere with the Jeffries just yet. Biagio picking up diamonds here. Diamond draw with the queen of diamonds on the turn. The only problem is he is repping the hand that Beatrix has. Very hard to have a straight when Beatrix is containing 2 of the jacks. I also don't think he has many donks leading he wants to be doing on the king 10-9 into your opponent, and you're out position, so don't really like the lead on the flop. Now he's double barreling. He's telling a tough story to believe. River is the 4 of clubs. And now Biagio gonna have to wave the white flag. Beatrix raising to 100k as the blinds have just gone up. Small blind 25k, big blind 50k with a 50k running big blind ante. Biagio wants to see a flop with the 9-5 of hearts, called for additional 75k. Andreas in the big blind with ace queen. Great rejamming opportunity here for Andreas. Does push all the chips over the line, which is 915k. 18 big blinds and a bit of cheese on top. Biagio releasing. Nice pickup there for Andreas. Okay, he says he thinks the jack should raise the turn after Biagio bets twice. I disagree because we want to keep all his bluffs in. And with us holding 2 jacks, it's going to be hard for him to call with anything once we raise. And because the boogie says ace queen is very scary to push, only better hands call. Nice shove. Well, it's not so much that it's a scary hand to go all in with, it's just there's so much booty out there for the taking. I'm not sure the exact amount he added to his stack there. We'll see now in a second. He had 915k. He was 1.14 million, and he just posted his small blind, so 1.2. So he added nearly 300k to his stack, which is about 25%. Give or take, just by taking it down pre with the ace queen. Massive boost to your stack, especially with the blinds and antes pounding around the table. Beatrix with the ace-9 of hearts, getting 3-bet by Paul with ace-king, and Ibrahim in the small blind with pocket 9s, facing a raise and a 3-bet. Lets the 2 9s go. Very difficult spot there with the 2 9s. Let's the ace-9 of hearts go. Yeah, okay, I just think so. It's hard to call twice with nothing on that board, hence villain is unlikely to triple barrel. Even his value range was so down, hence I think raising to make draws and 2 pairs pay is decent. I just think we pretty much never raise on the turn unless we've a straight. I think that's the rules, them's the rules in that particular situation. But I see what you're saying, you might get additional value from 2 pair of diamonds. In general, like, we rarely see people bluff raise in position on a 4 straight board. But nothing, and I mean nothing, surprises me anymore. But yet I get surprised all the time. 27 players remaining now. 3 eliminations away from the conclusion of day 2. As Paul will make it 100k to go with his ace-10 off suit. Paul bets 100k and Beatrix will get out of the way. 3 over cards to his pocket 4s. Paul min raising. Queen Jack off suit from under the gun. I like this. Putting pressure, knowing how close they are to bagging up for the day. He's been around the block, Paul. He knows his ways around the no limit hold'em tournament table. Harry Kane calling an additional 50k with the King 7 off suit. The big blind flop is Ace 5 deuce. Nines for Biagio. We've had another elimination, 26 players remaining now. No immediate pay jump to worry about. They're all guaranteed €1,507 currently. At a 50k from the Queen 5 on the 9-8 deuce. Turn is the 6 of spades, $250,000 in the pot. Biagio bets 100k and takes this one down. Ball raising on the button with the 8-6 offsuit. Paul with the min raise to 100k with the ace jack off suit. Andreas with the rejam from the small with the ace queen off suit. Biagio had called on the button with jack 10 off suit. Ibrahim with the decision in the big blind with trees. And now for Paul, he's got a real decision here. I'd be very tempted to gamble. It is half our stack, but it's cut off against small blind. Biagio essentially dead money to get the additional value of adding that 100k to the pot. Paul does make a savage laydown there. And Andreas will scoop that hand in. And I think I seen in the corner of my eye that 24 players are remaining now. And that means it will be the conclusion of day 2. Congratulations to all the players that have made it through. And it looks like we are going to be playing on. There is a redraw. So we'll be playing down to the final 16 tonight, not 24.
Muscle and like learning how to, do that on a vegan diet. And I have like very regimented like structure for when I'm home and I'm like working out. Wake up 10:30, breakfast, in the gym at noon, 4 meals a day. I count my macros, I measure everything. That's when I'm like not playing World Series poker. During World Series poker, whether it's Vegas or Rosado, I do whatever the hell I want. I eat candy, I eat chocolate, I work out if I feel like it, maybe not. I just all like devote myself to poker. But the idea typically is to be in shape before I start. So that way, I'm not like complete mess.
What is your favorite candy then?
My favorite candy? Man, jeez. Well, chocolate, right? Chocolate's not a candy. I guess it's, yeah, chocolate.
Which one?
Like just peanut butter chocolate cups. You know what I mean? Like, come on, like, they're good. And you get those vegan very easy, just dark chocolate.
Yeah. Good protein source as well, good fat source.
Well, chocolate has protein?
The peanut butter.
Oh, the peanut butter. Well, yeah, a little bit, not a protein.
No? Oh, okay. I thought
A little bit. Peanut butter's like most considered a fat.
Okay.
With a little bit of protein. It's got no protein.
Do you eat like any kind of supplements? Like maybe some like leon or mushrooms or maybe something?
Well, when I'm working out, like I'll do like usually after workouts I'll do like eat protein powder and do a protein shake. But for me, like my main sources of food are like seitan, which is like wheat vital wheat food. You can make it taste like chicken, meat, whatever, right? It's like a fake meat, pure protein, no carbs, no fat. And the other one is like tofu, and then also protein powder. I think a lot of people who go vegan make a mistake. They just eat a lot of beans, and and then you end up partying a lot. It's like too much, so you don't want to do that, right?
Max Hansen was his real name. One like an EBT.
Oh, yeah.
Like oversold in another one and scammed people a bunch. And now he's dead.
Let's move it along. I'm sorry I wrote out.
He goes in now. He just goes in now. He's dead.
Hey, you suck out of me, you eventually die. That's the rules.
Fair enough.
I rarely get in the head, so most of you guys are safe.
That's some brutal table chat. Not gonna lie. Anyway, moving on. Here we are. Green Dreams, I believe the answer is yes. Over 5,000 of you tuning in across the board as we jump back into this. How about that for a flop, ladies and gentlemen? Small blind v hijack could be absolute carnage. King Jack Jack, hand number 96 of the tournament.
He's got sweats, you know.
Adams with trip jacks, queen kicker, Pidden with trip jacks, 10 kicker, ace or a king would chop it. 2 to come, 1.9 in the middle. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. Adams going nowhere, understandably so. Deuce of spades on the turn, changes nothing.
No.
Hidden, understandably not slowing down on the turn, 1.3 into 3.4.
Are you fully retired now, or what? Pretty much.
You know that spot where you folded seconds?
Oh,
I opened into Tim's big
no active businesses.
8. Yeah, super tight spot for me, obviously. What would you 4-bet versus or pass? What would
Adams
you?
just makes the call. 4 spades, backdoor spades do get there. 6 million in the middle. Don't think Adams will be folding to a jam if Pidden decides to. Doesn't outs all in, and
Can I just have a confirm account?
he's just going to ask for a quick count before flicking in the call, one would assume. And we're going to be down to the final 5 players unless Timothy Adams folds trips here. Obviously losing to ace jack, king jack. Does make the call. Jack no good for Pidden, out-pipped by 1. And ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the final 5 players here
Good game,
in the 50k Diamond High Roller. We lose Daniel Pidden in 6th place, 119,500 euros for his efforts.
What you had, King Jack?
I think also. Start of the day will not make it. We can bet.
This even way less people actually.
Less people than the last time, yeah. Because the last time was like 83 or something.
The DJs are trying to have a bet. at the table whether they will make the money before play is ended for the evening.
One level on, I think.
Everything is one level more. 20 knockouts is asking for a lot. If it is one level more. Erkin continuing on Jack 8-6, 2 spade, flop. Here and a flush draw for Erkin. Patrick with middle pair, queen of spades in his hand also. Bet of 22k and a call, over 100k in the middle now as we see the turn. Oh, the turn is the 8 of clubs, giving Patrick trips now. Erkin most likely just going to take a free card to try hit a spade on the river, and he does do just that. 4 spades hitting the river, giving Erkin the nut flush. Patrick with a bet of 60k, 60% pot. How much can Erkin raise to get called by an 8? And how is this going to look to Patrick? 160. Patrick getting 3-1 on a call here for 100k more. Patrick calling an unbeliever with his 8. Nice pot for Erkin, adding 222k to his stack. That's the first real hit we've seen Patrick take.
Thank you all.
Renato raising to 12k. Luca in the hijack with ace king. We've got action here. This is going to be a big flip. One would imagine. Is for almost his entire stack, but with a hand as strong as Jack's here, not going to get much better opportunities. Calls it off. Call in the fella. Call the other fella. 301,000 in the middle here.
Good luck.
Must be a jack burned somewhere. Luca 57%. The Jeffries 43. Queen 8 deuce. Hits the flop 2 hearts. Great start for Renato. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Great turn for Renato. Luca needing an ace or king on the river. It does not come. Luca has been eliminated.
It's different, this situation.
Good game.
Bro, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Hello.
Wow. Blind v blind. Sam Grafton, 5 cards away from being up to 8 million in chips and number 99 of this final table.
Are you rooting for me?
No.
You're too professional, you didn't.
Yeah, no, I want to see a 7 right in the door.
Nicky P being honest, and wants to see a 7 right in the door. If Squiddy can hold here, he's going to have over 30 big blinds, needs to fade a 7, and now needs to fade a 6 or a jack. 7 would give him the straight. Adams going from 3 to 7 outs. 10 on the turn. Now giving Adams some chop outs. Queen of spades on the river. And Sam Grafton, ladies and gentlemen,
Somebody's gambling around.
now up to 8 million chips, looking for his first bracelet.
2 million back.
Thanks.
Right? 4.6. 2,060,000 back. If you want it.
All in.
He does announce all in with the ace-6.
The card, and then I'll have to look at the other one.
So D-Nex
Yeah,
wakes
that's a
up
good
with.
one. That's probably coming. Let's see what the other one is. Why is it always oh, never mind. That's plenty. Plenty good against this man. He goes over with 9-4-6. Huh? Okay, I'm all in.
D-Nex makes the call, cards on their backs.
Oh, he has an ace? How do you get an ace?
Ben Heath
Remember what we were saying about best hand? Let's have the worst hand win.
came into this final table as chip leader.
Yeah, we're good hand. That shows.
Been a bit up and down if he can hold here.
He would fold ace-6 off for sure.
Yeah.
He will stop Daniel Negreanu right in his tracks for winning bracelet number 7.
Where's the spiel about the best hand winning now?
Let's forget all that.
To the flop, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a king in the window. Trip kings for Daniel Negreanu,
It's not over yet.
hunting bracelet number 7 and in great shape to get the double here. Needs to fade the running Broadway, running clubs, and Ben Heath is dead on the turn. Would you believe? Chat, is history about to be made here in Rozvadov? Daniel Negreanu doubles up to 20 big blinds.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with more live action as we play down to the final 16 of the Swiss Classic tonight. We have had a change in the lineup after a redraw, and strikingly 42% of all the chips in play at this table belong to that top man there, playing 215 big blinds, Mikael Wargen. And Nico with 103 bigs, Jan with 45, Manol, Beatrix 44, Jacques 39, Andreas 27, Ibrahim with 22. Shortest stack at the table, still playing over 10 big blinds, is Edmund Rama. Just waiting for the action to get underway. Blinds are still the same. 25k is the small blind, 50k is the big blind, with a 50k running big blind ante. Hope we didn't lose tons of you on the break. I did think it was finishing at the final 24, but that is usually the way it goes. But we were playing down to the last 16, so lots more action before it's all said and done tonight. 24 players still remaining, and that means there is a page on Blooming of about €250, nearly €300 from 24th to 23rd, so keep an eye on that. Expect to see a 10 million stack at this stage. You didn't just get those chips from from being in it, I presume. You're dealing with someone who on the more aggressive side of things. Mikael Wargan, who I'm unfamiliar with, raising to 105k with the 8-6 of clubs, will take down the blinds and antes, which are worth 125k currently. Aces for the chip leader under the gun. Mikael scoops the blinds and antes. Jan with the min raise with the king jack off suit. Six, three, deuce, all hearts is the flop. Jan with the king of hearts. This flop texture favouring the big blinds perceived defending range. With this Jan going for a tiny bet of 50k. With 23 players remaining now, all players guaranteed €1,797. And Nico raising into a full table here with the ace-8 offsuit. Definitely on the looser side of things, all the way around to Jan in the small blind with queen 10 of clubs. Jan sniffing that one out, that it was a loose open from early position, 3-betting. Chunky sizing, taking that one down from the small blind with the queen 10 of clubs. Big high asking, where is Kovac? He is being moved to an outer table. Already have information about the table in front of us. No problem, Big High. Good luck to your buddy. Edmund Rama moving all in for the last of his readies, which is 445k from the hijack with the A7 of diamonds. Ibrahim asking for a count. Won't be going anywhere with two ladies in the small blind. Just calls the 420k. Nico will be getting out of the way with 6-3 offsuit. So we are all in and call. Rama with the A7 of diamonds. Ibrahim with the ladies. A million chips up for grabs. The Queen's a 2-1 favourite. Ten, 7 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. Now Rama needing an ace or a 7. He hits the Barry on the river. Sit back down, Edmund Rama. Double up to a million. Big moment for him. Whacking the Barry out of the park. Cracking the two ladies. The 10s raising from early position. Jacques going to see a flop. The flop is 3-8-10. The case 10 on board. This could spell trouble for Jacques. We've got action. Betting a call. The turn is the 7 of clubs. Check from the big blind. Now Beatrix, how much does he want to bet? I'll be betting about 240 here. Maybe even bigger. 300. Goes for 300. If Jack has picked up an inside straight draw, he can make a straight with a 9. Jack looks uncomfortable. He's not liking this situation. I'd expect to see him sticking around to see the river. He's got top pair to go with his inside straight draw. The river is the 8 of hearts. Check from Jack. Just over $1 billion in the middle. Beatrix loving this. I'd be going large if I was Beatrix here. Betting 650, 750. Or all in. All in also fine sizing here. Really repping a bluff. Miss clubs. Maybe missed a straight draw. Probably figuring Jack going to have an 8 a considerable amount of the time here, and therefore an all-in sizing is better to go for, considering we hold 2 10s in our hand. I actually really like this overbet by Beatrix. I expected him to bet about half of what he bet, going for max value. And if we're Jack, we're in a world of hurt here. We've got top pair with just a Jack kicker. We block straights, which is important. It's a very polarizing bet. Nuts or air. Does eventually fold. Big pot for Beatrix. $4.20 says nice river jam. Yeah, the more I thought about it, it's actually a better sizing. We get max value when our opponent does have an 8, and the way he hemmed and hawed on the turn, it was very likely he would have an 8. Very unlikely he has a 10. Some players would hero call a single 10 or an 8. I think you have to hero call with any 8. I don't know for sure. You think you've hit gin on the river if you do hit an 8 and you check over to your opponent and he jams for nearly twice the pot. 1.5 times. You're not loving calling off with an 8 anymore. Beatrix being a card rack here. He's got queens, but it's not a good time to be a card rack because Andreas has flopped a straight. Very hard for Beatrix not to double up Andreas here. I'd like to see Andreas raise. Don't want to just call here. I want to get value and put money in the pot. Just calls and the turn is the 5 of clubs. Things getting lively in Kings on a Sunday night, as you would expect. Beatrice betting 480. Andreas doing a little bit of Hollywood here. So it is all in and call. Beatrix is a veteran of the game. He's not even loving calling. I'm gonna get the bad news. Size of this pot as well, 2.355 million. Liver is the 3 of diamonds. Beatrix will have 35 big blinds going forward, but Andreas now will be playing the guts of 50 big blinds. Horrid beat there. It's the way she goes. .420 has to be playing till 16 players remaining. It certainly seems so. Not being smart. Normally it's 24. But we play till 16. Michael raising. Mikael. .764. Lo and behold, the chip leader flopping. Huge here. Nico with an inside straight draw. Beatrix with backdoor diamonds. Mikael betting 125. Nico going for a raise, raising to 325. So I get the feeling that these two boys know each other. There's some history here. I could be wrong, but I really don't think so. It's a good feeling I have. They're both from the same place. They're both being very stoic. They both have huge stacks. both wearing hats and glasses. Not that that's an uncommon thing, or that you would see at a poker table. As Kay says, he's trying to buy a cheap river, but he's to get past the flop first. But I see what you're saying, yeah. If he raises the flop and gets called, it usually goes check, check on the turn. And Nico deciding he wants to stick around, and that turn card gives him an open-ended straight draw now. 9 of diamonds. With 2 million in the middle, Mikel doesn't want to bet any less than 1 million to set up a river jam if it was to go that way. I'd be making it chunky here. I think somewhere between 1 million and 1.4 million. Instead, he just shoves all in for twice the pot. This is also a spicy option, and I like it, I think. Stops any other nonsense from happening in the hand. And if Nico wants to call it off with a combo draw or something to that effect, and so be it. Thing is, when we shove twice pot there, 80 big blind jam on the turn, we have to weigh up the fact that we're going to lose out on some value. It's less blinds actually, because it's 30k, 60k, 60k. Just look at that. 200 big blinds for Mikel. Nico now with still playing 67 bigs. Jan 42, Andreas 39, and so on and so forth. $22 players still remaining now. Kay says he doesn't understand the jam. Well, I don't either, because it's just too much chips. Because it was 80 big blinds, so the blinds hadn't gone up. It was 25.50 to start the hand. I think if I was to understand it, it's that he doesn't want to be bluffed off his hand, and he doesn't want to be in a position where he's faced with a horrific river. There's 2 million in the middle, so he doesn't know how much he wants to bet to set up a river jam, so therefore he's just going for twice the pot. I think 1.4 million, 1.2, 1.3 is the bet to set up 2.5 million plus bet on the river. It was a strange hand the way it played out. Raise on the flop. He 3-bet the flop and he calls. That's saying to your opponent you've got something spicy. But as I said, I really think these two players know each other. $480 is the 3-bet from Beatrix. Nico asking how much. But that's just it, Kate. He's trying to get him to fold a combo draw. He just wants to take down the 2 million that's out there with his set and not risk putting in a chunk on the turn. Bad river coming out, and he loses a considerable portion of his stack when he has well over 10 million. He just wants to keep cruising. Nico's playing a bit wild here because this is a overcall of a 3-bet here with ace-6 of clubs. The action on Andreas, who's going to get out of the way. The flop is 10-9-4, 1 club. Goes check, check, and the third is a 10 of hearts. River the deuce of spades. Beatrix taking down another one. Ace King for Ibrahim, deciding to just call an early position off sub 10 big blinds. This is not something you would see often, but it gets Mikael to fire all in from the big blind with ace deuce of diamonds. Ace Jack 3 is the flop. Ibrahim way out in front here. One diamond on the flop. Turn is the 7 of hearts. River to 4 diamonds. Ibrahim. Not something you'd see often, someone limp trapping sub 10 big blinds with ace king. But it does get the job done. Nico with pocket eights from early position. Raises to 130. Yeah, I'm going to call for 70k more with the ace-7 of clubs. Flops trips. Jan raising to 325. Nico calling. This pot a cool mill as the 2 of spades hits the turn. Yeah, I'm betting $500,000, and now the action on Nico. I don't think he should be continuing here on the turn with 2 8s. Having 2 8s in our hand is bad. We block a lot of the bluffs Jan would have in the form of straight draws. River now the ace of diamonds. If I'm Jan, I actually really like a check here. We have the board crushed. We could get our opponent to bluff if he was bluffing. Not if he was bluffing, if he wanted to rep that he'd an ace. Maybe it's just better to jam. I actually stutter stepped on that one. It's just hard to get called by anything. It's very unlikely our opponent is bluffing. Yeah, Kay, I like your thoughts there. I changed my mind. I don't do that often when I'm commentating, but I was just thinking that they might go off on one, but I think you're dead right. A bet of 300 or 400k, something really small. And if we bet something really small, who knows, we might entice a bluff from our opponent, but when we jam, the likelihood of us getting called is slim to none. So I really like your bet size in there. That's why you're in the executive committee. €20 players remaining now. All guaranteed €2,090 minimum. First Smart says you have no range. Who's want to bet small there? Yeah, I just thought we could make it look like a blocker bet with a 10 or something. It might induce a raise. It's wishful thinking. It's so hard for our opponent to have a hand. So whatever you do, most likely not going to get paid. Yeah, I'm betting 125. With 620k in the middle, Jan just has to pick a sizing that he thinks a king will call. Well, I wouldn't be betting too small here. 420 seems like a good sizing on this one with 620 in the middle. Goes for 525. Mikael deciding if he can beat enough of Jan's bluffs, or how often Jan would be bluffing. I would find it very hard to not pay off on this river, this run out. We beat Miss Diamonds, Miss Straight Draws. Those pay it off, we'll get the bad news. And First Smart says he has an ace. You have a lot of bluffs there, missed. Flush open-enders and not too much value. If you're bluffing some of it, then you want to bet big. I actually totally agree with that. Because it's very hard for us to rep a bluff if we bet really small. And we can have... We don't have many bluffs, right? We have open-ended straight draws that miss. Maybe a gutter ball on 10-7-7 and the run out the ace. If our opponent was to float with an ace in his hand, we are probably going to get paid. So thank you for your comment, First Smart. In exploit standpoint, maybe you can try bet small. Yeah, it's what is our bet trying to accomplish? Andreas betting 175 on 848, 2 club board. Jacques with the raise. Dre is calling. The turn is the 6. Million and change in the middle here. Now Jacques all in for 800k. Yeah, first smart says maybe you can have some small block bet bluffs with floated ace-9 suited with backdoors or ace-8 suited. A small amount of bluffs to try fold out. Jack-10 and Queen-10, but I like his play most of the time. He was targeting ace-X. Yeah, it all makes sense the more you break it down. So, okay, you're saying it's a polarizing spot, but it's hard for the villain to call if you shove. Therefore, a smaller bet will be higher EV because the villain can call much wider. But you see, if we want to rep a polarizing size where we could be bluffing, I think it has to be all in. And that is taken off the table when we bet a really small sizing. The reason I mentioned a really small sizing was to perhaps induce a raise. And in-game, if I'm sitting there, I'm pretty sure I just jam all in myself. I don't really have another sizing. But meanwhile, back at the ranch, Beatrix 3-betting to 515k with the ace-queen offsuit. The two ladies for Jan in the hijack. Andreas sandwiched in between the two with pocket sevens. Jan all in over the top of Beatrix. We've had one more elimination, so 19 players remaining now. 3 eliminations away from the conclusion of day 2 of the Swiss Classic. All players guaranteed over €2,000 currently. Beatrix forced to fold ace queen. He's having a rough time of it as of late. And you see Mikel at this table, almost half the chips in play. Yeah, it's important to note that hand Kay and First Smart are discussing in the Twitch chat. Your man has shown propensity to play loose in a couple of spots now. So the jig is up, but I don't know how much significant history the players had previously. So in a vacuum, if we don't have much information on our opponent, I think we just jam on the river. But if we have a lot of hands building up over the course of the days of playing together at the table, a smaller size might be optimal versus a particular opponent. Andreas raising to 125 in the hijack with ace-8 of diamonds. Jan calling for 65k more with the king 10 off suit in the big blind. Jack 4-4 is the flop. Andreas with the nut flush draw. Jan getting out of the way, even though he had the king of diamonds in his hand. Miguel scooping the blinds and antes from the button with a king in his hand. Beatrix raising to 120k with the pocket eights. Jan on the button with ace queen of clubs. Three bet, full 3x amount of 360k coming from Jan. Beatrix with the decision once more. If I was in Beatrix's shoes, I would be very tempted to shove this one. Jan has all the chips. The way the game flow has been going at this table, Beatrix is getting battered in a couple of spots. I think it is a fine time to take a stand. Calling also an option. They are going to be out of position with 2 8s. Looks like we are going to have one last short break after this hand. Queen 6-4 is the flop, 2 diamonds. Jan betting 225k. Turn is the king of clubs. Now that's the spot where we could have used a small turn sizing. Goes check, check, and the river. The 9 of spades. Now Beatrix forced to just check fold. Now if Jan wanted to go for value to get paid by a hand like the one Beatrix has, because you would surely think 9s plus will be jamming pre, and he's not going to be calling a 3-bet with much hands that contain a 4 or a 6. He could have a hand like Queen 10 or Queen Jack, but it's unlikely. So what does he really get paid by? I'll be going small here. It does go for 525. For smart ass, is he really thinking or just Hollywooding? I think it's more Hollywood. Hard to call with 2 8s here. Only beating a bluff. Beating 0 indeed for Smart. Bluff would most likely continue on the turn. I can't think of any hand that Beatrix could be beating here. Looks like he was getting ready to fold his hand and then took his chips back off his stack. This is it for Smart. Sometimes we talk ourselves into calls. The longer we think about it, it's best to just let your hand go. Players are going to be getting tired. Decision fatigue sets in. We can only make so many good decisions in a day. This is not the time to be a hero and put on that cape. Beatrix really does not want to fold these 2 8s. That's it for Smart. Ace 5 of diamonds, Ace 3 of diamonds, Ace Jack of diamonds is also another one. Jan will scoop that pot. I still believe the best course of action there was to jam the 2 8s pre-flop. But as it stands, we'll be going on a very short break and we'll be coming back for the conclusion of the Swiss Classics Day 2. See you in a few moments. of this event. The average stack creeping ever closer to 1 million. Of this event.
Это там 400, 100 тысяч. 4, get?
Million full.
How much?
Million together.
Million.
Exactly.
Plus 50.
36 players remaining now. Thomas raises to 50k. Mexi calling in the hijack with the Jack 9 of clubs. Giuseppe not wanting to see a flop with the King 7 off suit. We go heads up to the flop. Mexi in position on ace, 10, 4, 2 hearts. Thomas flopping a set. That's 50k and a quick call from Mexi. Turn giving him a world of outs. The 8 of clubs. And oh boy, we've got action from Thomas. I don't want to be going too small here with 2 flush draws on board. Want to bet something like 150, bets 125. Mexi with the open ender and the flush draw. You can see above his head his 8 outs. Looks like he's going for a raise here. Raise to 350. See music to Thomas's ears.
Call.
Thomas moves all in. Mexi quickly calling. This pot spiraling out of control out of nowhere. 2.2 million in this pot, ladies and gentlemen. That is 110 big blinds. As we are going to see the river. Mexi is going to have over 3 million if he hits. Thomas is going to have 2.2 if he can hold. What a moment for both players here. The river is a brick, the tree a diamond. Sit back down, Thomas. Mexi going to lose a massive chunk of his stack. Thomas now going to be playing 110 big blinds. What a difference a hand can make. Well, you know what, Apocalypse? You can't say that wasn't an action turn. We want action on this channel, and we've had non-stop action for this first hour of play. We are only live 60 minutes, and look at all the hands we've got to witness. Just in time. Aces for Beatrix. 14 big blinds. Under the gun. 19 players remain. See, I wasn't lying. I told you it'd be a very short break. Stick with us, folks. This ain't over yet. Ace Jack 8 is the flop. Beatrix with trip aces. Andreas with a good piece of it here himself with top pair. Just got kicker problems. Andreas raising to 275. Beatrix is like, have I really got trip aces here with a raise coming in? Costello asking, did he check raise the aces? No. Andreas check raise top pair. He re-raises and puts it in for 410. I hate this. Just put it all in and rep whatever hand you're repping, or just call. I don't like the click back. Might as well just go all in. Oh, sweet baby Jesus indeed, Costello. First smart saying not the best defending gets punished. Well, the defend is fine. Beatrix leaving himself a 560 behind. It's just an all-in situation on the flop. It's not an all-in situation on the flop. We could just call and see what Andreas does on the turn. But the click back was just interesting. Now, like I don't know what he would click back with on the flop here to 410k that we would beat. Therefore, that's why I don't like it. But Andreas, he's getting over 3.5 to 1 on his money here, and I still don't know if I would call. Like, I don't see a hand we are beating. Wow, Andreas just getting out of the way. I can confirm, Twitch chat, we are playing down until 16 players remain. There are 19 players currently remaining. Normally we play down to the last 24, but some events are different. This one is 16. He did not get the whole hog. He played his hand too strong. He left 560k out there. We've had one more elimination, so 18 players remaining now as Mikel raising to 165 with 2 10s. There's a page on Blooming from 18th place to 17th place of about 250 to 300 euro. Casello says, Dan, I feel like you would be a good listener to people's bad beats tonight. Yeah, that's what I do. This is the midnight hour where I take take calls from fans and listen to their bad beat stories. That's what I'm here for. No bad beat stories around here, folks. I've had enough bad beat stories in my lifetime to sink a ship. But that was a really good wind-up if you were making a joke. You know we love humour on here. If you were having the crack, that was brilliant. I love it. If not, get out, get out, get out of here. I'm just happy there's someone keeping me company here as we draw the Swiss Classic Day 2 to a conclusion. 40k is the small blind, 80k is the big blind with an 80k big blind ante. Wolf Peckin says only good beats coming out of Ireland these days. Well, I do like to DJ in my spare time, so I have loads of beats coming out of the Irish streets. The beating of the drums, yes. It's the only beating off we will mention. Always someone with a worse bad beat story, of course. Some people run good in life. They give out about bad beats, they get at the poker table, then they run really well in life. So IRL. I'm just happy to be here. DJ Pokerface 69. Yeah, sure. Well, guys, it's hard to run good in real life, IRL, on the poker streets, live and online, and to run good, to run lucky in love. That's a lot of things. If you could run good at one of those three, I think you're doing all right. It's so funny. We were just talking about DJs, and then there's a DJ saving my life is playing in the background of Kings. That's not the first time I felt like they were listening to me. Jan going for a jam here, it seems. Andreas raising to 160 from the hijack, and I believe Andreas should have just moved all in for 12 big blinds. Jan shoving with the Queen 6 of hearts from the small blind. Picked up on something there. Jan with a very strong play gets Andreas to fold a dominating hand in the Queen Jack. I like to avoid these kind of situations by just jamming myself, take that move away from my opponent. That Queen 6 of hearts is a great example of what I was saying earlier. No one went to put the foot on the gas, knowing how close they are to bagging up chips. Probably figured the fella in the hand was going for a steal. Beatrix raising to 160 with the Jack 10 of spades. Edmund Rama getting the last of his biscuits across the line with the King Queen off suit. Beatrix priced in to call. $1.5 million in the middle. Rama 57%, Beatrix 43%. Rama sucking out on Beatrix earlier. Let's see what happens here. 10 in the window, 10, 9, deuce, all diamonds. Straight draw for Rama and 2 overcards. Turn is the ace of spades. Rama needing a king, a queen, or a jack. Jack on the river. Rama sucks out on Beatrix. Doesn't suck out on him for the second time. He had the best hand going in, but does river the best hand. Beatrix having a very difficult time over the last 2 hours of this feature table. We can see in the top right hand corner of our screens 17 players remaining now, so we are on the bubble of the conclusion of the Swiss Classic Day 2. Volkswagen says ball tax. Easy now on the baldies. I had to go bald myself a year or two ago. Give me some ultimate freedom. My receding hairline was feeling like I was chained to a dying camel. I had enough one day. Never looked back after giving it the full Britney. Ibrahim. All in from the button for 710k. Jack with the pocket fives and the decision from the small blind. Ibrahim shows an ace, gets pocket fives to fold. Very surprised to see the pocket fives fold. As Wolfpacken says, I've given him blind boy vibes. You're not the first person that's ever said that to me. And I take it you're from Ireland. Whereabouts? As for the ball tax comment, I don't really care, but at the time I did. I just wouldn't accept that the hair had got to go. It's not worth the hassle or the trauma. There's crack in the chat here tonight indeed. Jan breathing quite heavily for someone playing 76 big blinds. He just shoves all in. Oh yes, Volpacken. I think I asked you this before, or something came up and you told me you were from Belfast. My apologies for that one. I like the name, Volpacken. Jan adding 200k to his stack just by jamming all in. He can be super aggro at the moment, especially the bigger stacks at this table. Beatrix into small with the 10-5 off suit. Gives his opponent a walk. Ramos scoops it in with the 6 deuce off suit and shows to add insult to injury. Andreas all in from the hijack with ace-7 for his last 605,000. Andreas all in again, this time with Queen Jack of clubs for 10 big blinds. Beatrix running on fumes, playing just 2 big blinds in the hijack. No pay jump to worry about. It's just a matter of whether he wants to stack off with 9-5 of diamonds here. Yeah, I think that's fine. Just to fold, we can easily pick up a better hand than this to stack off with. And excuse me, he does not have 2 big blinds. That's a graphical error. I was thinking he wasn't that short. He's still playing the guts of a mill, right? Tank for rolls. Yeah. Well, there's just no pay jump to worry about, but it is just one player away from bagging up, going to bed, coming back, fresh start, fresh day. So, in a way, that is a pay jump, in my opinion. Rama jamming from the hijack with ace jack off suit. Understandable jam. That would be a good name online. Understandable jam. Rama jamming the following hand, this time with ace queen of hearts. Ibrahim gonna have to stack off here with the same hand. Jack going to tank here, but he won't be doing anything with ace 10. 10-9-5 is the flop, and this one's going to be going to Splitsville. Wolfpacken says aggression incoming from Jan the Hitman. Very well put. Jan with the min raise. Andreas with the shove. Wasn't expecting that. They are six-handed. You will get pipped off lightly, but limited amount of fold equity. We have all in and call. Andreas in very bad shape. Will need to hit a king. Jan 82% with his two black tens. Flop is 8-6-3. Andreas going to need a king. At kings on this river, or this is going to be the last hand of the night. Cannot get the job done on this occasion. Andreas has been eliminated, and that is going to conclude the Swiss Classic Day 2. Please like and subscribe to the YouTube. Check us out on Twitter, Instagram, all the socials. I'm going to get a nice long sleep and be well prepared for a long, entertaining, action-packed filled day of poker tomorrow, where we will crown yet another champion live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. My name is Dan. Sure, I'm your man. Also, a big shout out before I go to the moderators and everyone that helps making this stream so successful. Peace out.